And suddenly, it is 1 o'clock. How's everyone doing? It's been a while. I did not want to miss as many streams last week as I did, but I wasn't that surprised because I did know going into the week that I was going to be very busy. Wednesday, I just was not alive, unfortunately. But then, yeah, Thursday, I was doing a bunch of cooking prep and stuff because this past weekend was Canadian Thanksgiving and I spent 3 days cooking and maybe more than that. I don't know. It was too many days of cooking. But I did get, tasty meals and pumpkin pie and stuff because, I make the pumpkin pies. It is what I do. And they turned out very good. So I'm pretty pleased with that, at least. So yeah, I'm a little like burnt out today, but, on like planning and cooking, so I'm pretty sure we can manage some chill, lightly horror, get this poor dear boy killed vibes. So I hope you guys all had a wonderful weekend. Was it a long weekend for Americans too, if I remember correctly? Which is there was a bunch of Columbus Day discourse, right? Because that's what it was. Which, like, yeah, rename it at least. But anyway, I never remember when that is. So, I don't know. It's kind of nice at this point to have Thanksgiving before American Thanksgiving because you're like, pumpkin pie early, in a sense, even though I'm used to it. But then whatever, like a month or so later when Americans get to have Thanksgiving, then I'm just like, well, shit, now pumpkin pie season is over and I don't get more of it. But I have something like 10 cups of pumpkin puree in my freezer now, so we're gonna be in pumpkin pie for a while. We're good. So yeah, I don't know, that should be fun going forward to have that. I feel like in the past I've gotten less than that out of larger pumpkins, and I don't really know what I did differently this year, but I mean, it worked. Apparently. I feel like I'm used to only getting like 4 cups out of a pumpkin, and I got 4 cups out of my weird squash and like 10 out of my ghost pumpkin, and then I've used 4 cups. So cool. Haven't actually tried making the pie with the other squash that isn't technically a pumpkin yet. We'll report back when we do that. I suspect it will not actually be that different, but we'll have to compare. So there's that. But yeah, I don't know. Shall we jump in? I think we should go refresh our memory with Beacon Pines. You know what would be kind of cool? I feel like it would be neat if this game gave you like a little, because it's a visual novel, I feel like it would make sense to, where can I finish the sentence, please, brain? What are we doing? If it gave you like a little story recap when you reloaded the game or whatever, because it's this whole little visual novel and stuff, but I just feel like it would fit the vibe, but mostly it's just been long enough that I want that. So anyway, let us load this. I do like the Hiding Spot Games logo. That's fun.
Chapter 6.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess we'll just... That's right, we did start off on a chapter, and I don't think we've gotten to chapter 6 on any other branch yet, so let's see where we're at.
Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship.
Right, we fought with Rollo because we waited out the storm with our really cool kitty friend whose name I cannot currently remember.
Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind.
Excite. Kind of. Maybe. I feel like there's something fishy gonna happen at the festival, but I want to be excited.
He had to find Rollo.
All right. Part of me wants to go back up here just because we haven't, like, since the very beginning, and, like, there probably won't be anything new. Wait, do I not sneeze anymore? Okay, well, fun. Okay, I don't know. For some reason, there's just a small part of me that's like, I don't know, convinced that there's gonna be something else going on over here. How's it going? Hi. How's your macro coming? Should I not mention it? Am I being a nice distraction from the macro issues? It's just, I was reading what you were saying and it was very relatable because I have dealt with that sort of shit before. And just, yeah, it's dumb. You're struggling, I know. Yeah, I spent literally months at my last job trying to fix something that in PHP that, like, should have been working, so I don't know. Anyway, this game is Beacon Pines, which is a bunch of adorable little animal critter people, and there is a mystery afoot. 6 years ago, so this town was founded around a fertilizer company, or like it was a mining town, and then the fertilizer company took over or something like that. And so town built around this industry, and then 6 years ago they put out some fertilizer that was like an experiment, and it caused the foul harvest, and everything died, including the head of the family and like founder or whatever, or founder's kid of the fertilizer company. He died. There was like an explosion at the factory or something, and my dad also died in that. And then a few months ago, my mom disappeared. And there's weird shit happening, and there's very creepy red panda clones, and there's like 9 or 11 of them or something like that. And so there's like a scary mystery afoot. And this poor little deer boy has gotten killed twice. Because you have this neat little mechanic where there's branches, so you can like pick these different options to see what happens when you do, and then you just kind of keep following the branch until you know, don't make it and have to go back. So it's very cool. And you've resolved yourself to teach yourself code to fix your macro. Honestly, I respect that like pure spite is like my main reason for learning any programming ever, so I get it. Yeah, it is a very cool mechanic. I think it's very interesting, and then it like shows you when you've played the branch all the way out with those little check marks, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where it's gonna go, but I'm intrigued. So yeah, and then it's like a visual novel in that it's like narrated, but then this I have to read. Anyway, this is my best friend Rollo's older sister Roxy, I think. Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
Roxy's cute. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. The space adventure, though you needn't buy it, if ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. So, the library, quite obviously. Also, I keep not remembering... Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, I keep not remembering where that road goes. But I guess it's just out of town, but we can't go down that road. So, but it's the festival! And this hyena man is very scary. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me, just warming... Oh, hey, Nalgar! How's it going? It is Tuesday already. Your feel of the day of week is out of whack. Same, friend. It was a long weekend. Thank you so very much for the resubscription. I appreciate you. Scary hyena man. Anyway, just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh, heavens, no. Well, break a leg. Give me the gift of a grip. What? What was the last bit of that? Yeah, Perennial Harvest is the new, like, gentrified hipster company in town, and it definitely isn't extremely sketchy. Nulgar, you essentially had a 5-day weekend, felt like nothing, sickness and stress. Ugh, I'm sorry, that's not a good reason or way to have a long weekend. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart, the weather's still cruddy, and the season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fitz. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Also, this music is getting spicy. There's definitely mystery afoot. The music is really, really, really good in this game too. So, I don't know, I've been very much enjoying this game so far. Welcome to our festival! Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. I'm scared. What does that mean? Why do we have a sign reveal? The festival thing is our, you know what? Whatever. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an exuvier. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. Oh, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. So, this kid's been looking for beetles and shit every day that we've run into him, and there's no critters. Which definitely isn't sketchy, and apparently we are finding, apparently the animals are running away, and that's definitely concerning. Fitz understands that we live in a society. Yes. I mean, kinda. Am I ever going to get a badge for doing this, or am I just gonna look extremely cool every time? Oh, and yeah, I guess the other piece of the mechanic is that you actually need, you find these little charms that are words that, you know, give you branch options.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
This is a crotchety, anti-capitalist old otter man, and I love him. Hey Jeff, everything alright? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Aww. Poor baby. The characters are super cute, Brie. I completely agree. This guy's these are the town bullies, though. Ha ha ha! Every single time. Yup. All she ever says is yup. She's very the rhino version of girl rhino version of Big Mac. Is that the name? I don't even fucking know. Unexplained sound. Once again noted. Ugh. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Ha ha. Ha ha. 8. Moving. Oh yeah, he just sleeps there and refuses to move even if they keep stacking shit in front of him. Why are there... I guess we're putting balloons on the trash now too. I don't... I guess, like, I feel like it would make sense to... Yeah, because, like, he's not going to be up here. I know the answer to the riddle is the library, but what if there's shenanigans? Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're going to have the first annual biggest catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Yes, authorized personnel only. No, yes, you're glad you were there to see me notice the balloons on the trash. Is just, I mean, it literally is just like try to spice something up, right? But is that like foreshadowing or just amusing that they're kind of like transparently? Okay, yeah. Can I? Yes. All right. I don't know why I thought I was gonna find something exciting over here. I did not. But I guess I don't regret trying, right? Sup, Creepo Pants? A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. Oh, what's your book say? Can I not listen to an excerpt from your book today? I'm actually kind of bummed. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about, but I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So, what you got in there? Books. No, you think it's just ridiculing the idea of dressing up the trash as something pretty. Yeah, yeah. It's very perennial harvest of them. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about perennial harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. I still have my doubts. That's how they win you over. The fancy stuff. It's all a lie. Hiya, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
All became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay. I don't remember which one Griffin is, damn it. I feel like that would be more impactful if I did. I do love that the newspaper is called the Beacon Beacon. Oh, also, right, you told me that the video might be worth seeing today, might be a little different. Luca, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking. Emergency services. Back away slowly. That was very cute. Oh, by the end you'll have I already have feelings about Kerr Nalgar, but yeah. So the museum's gonna be extra cringe. Well, we will definitely go in there. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh,
Griffin
nothing?
looked away suspiciously.
Oh, this is Griffin. Yes, okay. Nothing at all. Cute. Howard? Oh, no way. Wait, found a way to kick the watermelon? Did I? Oh, is it because I'm running into it? Yeah, I'm kicking it instead of smacking. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, okay. Found a way to kick the melon as an achievement. Wait, is it
Beacon Pines
different?
is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is
I did kick the melon, Nalgar, apparently.
Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And
Lucky.
Grow a better tomorrow with fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But
how? Today? I think just because I ran into it. Like, cause I was just running downward whilst tapping the kick it button, or hit it button. Oh.
But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines.
Is it supposed to be harder?
Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
You kicked it while your hands were preoccupied? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I guess so. Theoretically, if I had tried it while I was carrying the jam around or whatever, it might have worked. Pre, you're about to run your shitty, edited by a 4-year-old macro. We'll report back whether or not your laptop explodes. Excellent. Please do. Best of luck. And yes, yay, capitalism. Hello, friendo. I've got a question for you. What's up, Dawn? What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. I'm so glad that Luca isn't clueless, because that is exactly what I think. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. I have concerns. I love that the music is just like pretty and beautiful and also just a little tiny bit threatening. I really like it. It's a good vibe. I'm assuming that this is closed. Yeah. It partly worked. Success. That's progress. I'm proud of you. You're getting there. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. What did Eris need a hazmat suit for? You're a natural programmer. You are. You go. Natural programmer. I believe in you. Miss Fratelli is out? Yes, yeah. Diner. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now, will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Not sketchy at all, Eris, whose name is literally Eris. The worst. Alright, let's... oh. But I wanted... what? Yeah. The library. Somewhere quiet. Yeah, oh, okay. Well, I figured that, but okay. Hi, Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know Hank Atomic's Shrinko Ray doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else? Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers, please. Oh, right. Sorry. Every time, Jace. Hey, Aluka.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Riddle me this. Solved a riddle. Okay. The first? No, it completely worked actually? Hell yes. High five. That wasn't good. I apologize. You are a programmer. So proud. But for real, that's awesome. Good. Congrats. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does go all out, doesn't he?
Straightened up
I guess I didn't need to do everything else first then, but whatever. It's preparing to sing. Ahem. On planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Yes, the first. Get it? I love the look on Luca's face right now. That's me too, kid. Me too. Want me to get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. All right, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. On planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. I can tell you one thing. It's not out there. Oh. What you need to find is inside this library somewhere. Okay. That's... But I've looked at everything before. So does that mean it's here?
The 5 pillars
yeah, okay.
From the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me or just grab a different one. Oh, okay.
Luca grabbed The Issue with Self-Help, a helpful guide, from the shelf.
That is good. That is good.
Luca grabbed 500 meals for one big pot from the shelf.
Okay, so... Yeah. Well, the Hank Atomic shit's over here, right?
Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf. Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume... Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
It might be that one.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5.
There we go. It's probably this one, right? It's gotta be Hank Atomic. Ah, you found
Kato
it!
removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp.
I'm a
As
genius!
he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed.
This is gonna make your research work so much easier. That is awesome, Priya. I'm super glad to hear that, and I'm very happy for you and your epic skills.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic, Issue 5.
Yep, sure.
Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now, let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift?
He continued flipping.
Only found in... Grub. Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in Grub Cart? Grift in Griffin. Griffin's Grub Cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I mean, I knew that's where I was going to end up at some point, given how she responded when I was over there before. I guess you're off then? Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. I'm sorry, it's just nice. Alright. I guess I haven't explored everything down. Actually... Yeah, whatever, we should do this first. Part of me is like, I need to go find my kitty friend too, but... Shouldn't leave Rollo waiting forever. We already made him wait to go hang out with our other friends last time, and that was part of the problem, so... Hey, Griffin! Did Rollo come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy! I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yeah. It's cold! Oh, yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth.
I guess that's my fault. Does it... Now I'm super curious if it is actually different if you come here sooner or if it's just not. Because I would believe it either way.
He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Yeah, I figured that that's what was gonna happen. Oh, come on!
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
Gross. A pickup when you need some pep, near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
Nope, you need to heed the order. About seeing a kitty friend? Or... Oh, no, I came here earlier. I know that she wouldn't give it to me earlier. I just mean, like, if I hadn't wandered around the whole damn town first. Sigh. This is getting to be a whole thing. But yes, of course I need to do things in order. Near the... Okay, can I... Still no book excerpt today. And yes, now her reaction earlier makes sense. See, because I did run into all of these places earlier, and it just wasn't in the right order, so... There you are, Luca! There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rollo owes me one.
He waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings, your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Nice. That's a good charm. Yeah, same. The habit of checking everything for changes along the way. Exactly! Just in case. I don't want to miss a frickin' charm. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. I assumed the rocket in the treehouse. That's my guess. Valkyrie, how's it going? Hi. I'm sorry, that was kind of weird, but hey, how's it going? Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned
Rolo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
It's going, and you didn't mean to have caps lock on. No worries. I'm glad that it is at least going. We are being extra chill today because I had a busy weekend. Oh, okay. That balloons also make sense. And I guess rocket ships do kind of have wings. Flight. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting charm.
Be the lead.
Thank you. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still my turn! I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Valkyrie, you're trying to fight God again, and Delcar says, same, sister, same. Yeah, that works. We all want to fight God. We're all in this together. Well, in a chill way today. Also, oh, babies. Rolo, I don't deserve you. Oh, you do, Luca. You're a good friend too. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Tag team? Yeah, epic raid party. Let's do it. Well, you were gonna say wait your turn. Yeah, okay. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. But what about my other little friend? Can we all be friends? I want all 3 of us to be friends. Yes, a wonderful day with your best friend, and nothing, your Delcar, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I was just going to add, and nothing could possibly ruin it. The balloons are cute. The way they're bouncing around and shit is cute. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rolo handed Luca an unopened letter.
Sketchy. I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand.
Graham?
If I am honest,
What's up?
I hardly understand them myself.
Oh boy.
But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much.
Valkyrie, we could just double team and up our odds of winning. Yeah, whole raid party, like I said. Still a wonderful day! Valkyrie, also, you really don't think these 2 should be friends? Oh, they did have a fight, but they're better now. But Rolo is a big dum-dum, so we do enjoy him, but he's a big dum-dum, for sure.
We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward.
I don't like where
is,
this is
I haven't thought of it.
going.
God knows I've tried. Everything
boy.
I've done, I did for you.
Oh, good. It's always good when someone says that, right? Yeah, the day's great. I have a random person cleaning your house and you haven't slept, so you're snappy and angry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, at least once the frustrating part, the house will be clean. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough. I've definitely spent some time on edge this weekend because of how busy I was with, you know, the whole Thanksgiving thing. I had, like, an event 3 days in a row. It was a lot.
I hope someday you can accept that.
Oh, fuck.
Love, Gran.
What have you done, Gran? I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
And you're not suspicious about that at all, baby? Baby boy. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. Also, you have to meet our new friend yet. She's a kitty, and she's great. You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. And after I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
Yes, why would there not be a later? This isn't foreboding at all. The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue.
Oh, Jesus.
A distant rumble shook the tree.
Oh, God. Are we just gonna die? Just straight up dead? What's happening? Huh? What was that? Oh, man, we missed the fireworks? Oh, I don't think that was the fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
The fuck, man? The fuck? The big chill. Witness the big freeze for the first time.
Of cold poured through the room.
That gave me goosebumps.
Ooh. Unfathomable chill.
It's never fireworks, says Nalgar.
Before they could react, it encased them in ice.
Ugh.
Two boys.
Oh, that's scary.
United by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so,
like legit,
our
give
story
me the
ends
shivers.
on this melancholy scene.
Yikes.
In a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town
Okay, so I don't really know
its secrets sits a
what
pair of friends.
Graham did. How Graham
together.
thought that would help me.
For the rest of time. The end.
Oh my God, that's so grim.
No,
Like,
that can't be the ending. It simply can't.
I mean, I don't. That probably isn't the grimmest ending we've had so far, to be honest.
I
but
won't
that was
accept it.
fucking
And I hope you won't
intense.
either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to
This
sort through
isn't
them
even the
all
grimmest. Oh,
until we
Nalgar, I
find one that
absolutely
fits.
believe you. Okay, so. Right, so that's going back to the day. Shit, why can't I remember her name right now? I think. Okay, so we could do flight instead of fight there. But that's the only other one we've got, and I would like to say, like, you know, see what happens with the clouds begin to break instead of rumble. Beck. Yeah, I thought her name was Beck, but I wasn't confident, so
Luca
I was gonna
began
wait.
to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Break is the logical next step. Well, yeah, I mean, it put me there, so I'm just gonna do basically what it recommends. I'm going to try and let the game lead me, go with the flow and all, you know? Sure, you can meet Rolo. Oh, see, I like this. This is ultimately how, I wanted to select this one first, to be honest, because I like the idea, but, you know, I wanted to play out the one that felt like it was going to be more of a problem. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him
Luca
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Although I guess now we don't. I did appreciate the scene with Beck and, like, yelling our frustrations out into the thunderstorm. That was very cool. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Alright.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
Skulking. So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, Rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Valkyrie, you hate trying to find a babysitter. And thank you so much for grabbing shoutouts there, Tipu. How you doing? And yes, nothing mysterious or creepy at this house at all. 100%. Beck grabbed Rob. Yeah, okay, she did that. Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. Okay, I mean. Trying to figure out. I never know if I should, like, you know, read out things when you guys are just chatting with each other. Nalgar has been better, but my stream is relaxing. That's good. Anyway, that's Eris Valentine. Oh, we get to see the thing with the hazmat suit? What's up? Maybe? Of course she made someone else wear it. Anyway. Oh no, a mysterious gap. Gee, I wonder. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Big reveal, done, and then Tifu throws it and sir, this is a Wendy's. Honestly, that was really well timed. Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Who is it? Family, huh? Also, Jesus, Grandma, that's a lot of hair. I feel like that really compromises the hazmat suit. To have this big bundle of hair sticking out the back.
A chill ran down Luca's spine.
Thank you for the hydrate. Vin Diesel.
His vision blurred.
Oh no.
Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in arousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
What the fuck is she doing? Gran, what the fuck are you doing? Because whatever you do, or whatever you're doing, I don't think you did it right.
Chapter 5.
Okay, are we still? We're gonna run to Rolo and be like, yo, what the hell, right?
What big ears you have.
Oh no.
Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet.
Poor baby.
After checking to make sure the coast
This
was
poor
clear,
kid.
Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
You'll find out in another timeline. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Oh man. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Tifu. That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure out things out there. Lead the way. Ah! What is happening? I feel like this might be... Oh, okay, I can't go up there right now, because I was like, I feel like this might be a bad idea, but... Oh no, we don't trust this man. Things ended poorly last time we trusted this man. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Creepy! Ha! Ha ha! Tifu says Grant is a serial killer. I mean, maybe. We're not sure yet. Okay, the music got real spicy here. I don't know if talking to this man is a good idea, but we'll see. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Okay, run away, Mr. Nuncreed. Scary man. Okay, she had a real poignant thing to say with her book last time. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? I love how her book is just like, oh, there's a thing. This is relevant to your story. Tifu, you had a BRB for a shower? No worries. See you in a bit. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird, for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. Sigh. I can't wait. What a poor sport. Actually, just... I feel the need to check Don's little thing. Okay. I'm sorry. I always gotta check all the places. It's a problem. But I feel like even though I play games like this, I still miss stuff, and that sucks a bit. But whatever. I'm sorry, it's funny. I'm a cool dude. Scratchy.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
the mayor
you.
Gave a half-hearted shrug.
It is funny. The book thing? Is that what we're talking about? Yes, right? I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. She hates you. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass on my thanks to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair, and we couldn't very well celebrate the history of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
Valkyrie, your desk is kind of clean. That is progress. Mine is kind of still... mine is always a bit of a cluttered mess. And Elaine, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so interested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
There's tons of unfinished projects and decorations, but you got a mushroom vacuum to clean off unwanted stuff. That sounds like a great start. You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge, and the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. Tifu, you were off to play on your PS4, actually. Alright, no problem. Have lots of fun, friend. Old Pickler's Pond. Alright. Beck has opinions. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo? He's Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the Foul Harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this Foul Harvest thingy is. It's kinda a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, a big deal, fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used as fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines. The Foul Harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick? Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. Yeah, that's, like, good, but also real shady. Nulgar, the town hasn't been the same ever since. Yeah, definitely not. Leaves a mark. Also, my dad died. Do we have new charms? I'm sorry, I gotta. I don't know if we've got more charms that we haven't used or not. We have... When did we get pungent?
Luca wrapped
one
a
more,
twig
though.
of time around the hook.
I don't think we're done
Some
with
fish
this.
have refined taste.
But you know, worth doing the thing. They cleaned it so well you could easily recognize it again. I mean, fair enough. Shit. I was just about to let go too. Why am I like this? Anyway, one more time.
Some fish have refined taste.
I definitely should probably just wait until I have more charms before I come back here and do this, but I did it anyway, so. It is what it is. All right. Cool. What is it? Property of Sharper Valentine. Ooh. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He may not even want it back. The man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Okay. It looks like there's maybe one or two more. Interesting. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Okay. That seems good, right? The noise. Does he have a drill up there? He goes all out, doesn't he? What's the target for? Always. What do I, oops. Okay. Oh, I did. Okay, I am carrying something. Okay. Honka honka. That's very cute. Where do you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. That was really cute. Not particularly hard to beat, but so pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine? Pretty much. Thank you, Nelker. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so, we can logically conclude, aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. Oh, Rollo, I don't know what's going on, but I know you're wrong. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? Clearly lots, bro. But yeah, I suppose kids imagine older adults is just what they see and no more, I guess. I don't know. I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It had been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your Gran is on the up and up? Nope.
Luca gazed out the window.
Nope, we're not. I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. Also, strange things happened before she showed up too, like the fact that my mom went missing in the first place. Nulgar, you remember where this is going? Detective time. Ooh. Did you end up getting farther into the game since last Tuesday? God, it has been a week since I streamed. That sucks. But we're back. But you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something, and Pa always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. Also, there's 2 rooms that we never go into. Oh, you finished it on Thursday. Well, cool. Good that I won't be spoiling you at all, I guess. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you 2 tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in. Hi! What?
Chapter 6.
What? Sorry, I need to... I don't know. Lily is over there and she's looking at something, but the way she's looking at it, I think it might be a spider, and so I'm not going to go anywhere near that right now. If you want my attention, you have to come here. Baby girl. Like, literally, she's staring at something and I have concerns. Lily. Okay, whatever.
Secret lair.
Secret lair? Not lair? Lair?
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder.
Wait. But we didn't... What? Okay, fine. I'm gonna pick up the cat. Again, this is Lily, so I'm gonna have to chase her halfway across the house before I can pick her up. Don't worry, it's not a spider, it's probably just a ghost. Honestly, dude, I would probably prefer that. We'll be presumably right back with a cat. We'll see.
Hi. 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 Where are you going?
Okay. Nulgar, you just noticed the stream title? Good, good. Alright. Apparently I fucked up my hair there. So, Kitty, unhappy baby girl. She's not happy with me. I have noticed that I do need to cut her claws today because she did get stuck in my shirt just now. We've had... so you're saying I only killed him once so far. That we got grabbed in the hazmat suit the first time. But then all the clipboards surrounded us at the treehouse, and I mean, maybe they didn't kill us, but like, the implications weren't great. And then Mr. Nuncreed threw us down the post box, which also probably didn't end well. So I don't know if it counts as death, but like, I'm kind of considering that to be killed. Oh, you mean today? Okay. Well, we have work to do then, don't we? Oh, baby girl. I'm sorry. Oh, sweetheart. It's okay. She's upset. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Aw, princess. You want to go sit up on the shelf and be mad at me? That's fair. You're the one that screamed at me, Cat. I don't know what you want from me. She's like, you stop petting me. But I thought we were going to go, like, snoop into my house. So why are we saying summer forged ahead? Did we... Also, but the nights only seem to grow colder. Yeah, that's concerning. And the festival, like, I don't know. Elaine says a wild Lily appears. Yeah, now she's sulking at the edge of the desk, as usual. So much sulking with Lily. She's a sulky baby.
Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight.
Oh, okay, so I guess it's still the same night. Never mind. I was like, all right, wait for the thing to see what that was for. Thank you very, very much for the resell, Elaine. I appreciate it. Okay.
Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
BB. She's giving me the real stink eye. Side eye? Both? Yes. Yeah, what time is it? Also, weren't they supposed to wait until I got the all clear? Gave the all clear? Okay, fine, I'm coming. Jeez, I won't wait. Chill out. He's wearing a Sherlock Holmes hat. That's very cute. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. Don't open the door. I mean... Oh. Is there a funny scene if I don't let them in right away? Boo. Anyway, you're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. How do we know? You literally just got up, bro. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rolo strutted across the room.
If I were Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rolo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
Nah, just teasing and stream delay. Okay, well, that... Fine, good, I guess. Good to know I didn't, like, necessarily miss something good. I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. Sure, buddy. First hunches are for suckers. Hi! No, buddy. What you doing? Eureka! Okay, okay. 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 Why are you screaming? Hi. How's it going? Oh, okay. Apparently he wants to go bother Lily. He doesn't want to sit with us, so okay, fine. We'll see how long that lasts, but I don't know if he'll follow her if she leaves. He literally just went over and stuck his face into her side, like just kind of nuzzled into her, which was very cute, and now he is licking her face, so. If you're gonna be nice, then that's very cute, kid. Anyway. Oh, now Lily got mad and grabbed his face and is aggressively licking his forehead, which is also very cute. That's usually she's the one being tackled and having her ears cleaned by Pabu. Oh, there's the fighting. Hey! Pabu, stop biting her. Jeez. And off they go. Okay. She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rolo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm gonna take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Now we get to be 3 kids in a trench coat to reach it. Alright, Rollo, this is your time to shine. Ah, yes, you've called upon my expert detective skills. Now I shall
Before
proceed
he
with...
could finish, Lucas scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick, and every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. That's cute. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain
Also
display
glass.
gleamed in front of them.
So, not very sneaky.
Their eyes searched for anything amiss.
I mean, I guess hiding in plain sight. It's probably
But
it's
the
behind
only
things.
distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random
As
teacup
Beck
and...
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click.
Is this the only thing Grandma brought with her? Like, I told you that this thing cabinet was suspicious. I told you.
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own
Also,
power.
Milgar says the end. No. Yeah, apparently it does seem like my grand's been doing some remodeling, Beck. What? Dude, only 2 types of people with secret lairs, evil masterminds and superheroes. So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. I really hope I didn't miss anything looking around, but probably not. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe?
Sir,
Oh,
this
wow.
is a Wendy's.
Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive. Which fertilizer? That doesn't seem necessarily crazy, but why is it in my house? And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? Incendiary. She wouldn't have had me walk around the town delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Rollo!
He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
Rollo! That was a bad idea. Jam terrorists. Jammerists? I sure. He smacked his lips. A hint of brown sugar and... ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Miss Fratelli. A grand jam gram? A grand jam gram. There we go. It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. Come on. Come on, do the thing. Luca. Luca! I'm gonna hit myself in the face with this. Looks like I'm hitting myself in the face with it. Gran is staying in shape. She sure is. Like, like this is definitely bouncing off my face, right? Anyway.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town, out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks? Or both with question marks? Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim! We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
Is Walter my dad? Walter's my dad, right? What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
I like these kids. Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Miss Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Is that disturbing or is... I mean, it could be, but... Anyway, yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait.
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
There's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind, exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time.
Nolga's sending more
softly.
dungeons. What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow it...
Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger.
Yeah, so, Dad died in, like, an explosion at the plant or something? That's suspicious, to say the least. It leads right to...
He jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rollo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So, it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival! Gulp. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival! Not if we stop her! Oh boy. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was that? What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door, which means someone just shut the door, which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids
sound
looked
design.
up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new
It's
step.
the veggie, or the fruit and vegetable dude, right?
Thump,
Because he was part of the conspiracy conversation we overheard. Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's
Rollo
nothing.
shifted suddenly.
He didn't even turn the lights on?
Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the
no.
stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop! Alright,
With
buddy.
all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me, but there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
In stereo. That's a great description. Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter
Spicy! Hey, we haven't made a chapter 7 before. Make progress. I wanna hit A, but also have a
7.
drink.
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Oh boy.
Still unconscious,
Oh boy.
Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string.
Oh
The
god.
kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
This is where he turns rated R for murder. They'd run the classic good cop, blank cop interrogation. I don't know, he's
They'd
gonna...
run
whatever.
the classic good cop, chill cop
Let's see.
interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
He's just leaning cool, chill on the box. Golly, I sure got my bell
He looked
rung.
over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's
Rollo
here?
and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. Priestess, oh kinky. Oh no. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? Well, yeah, but so? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes.
gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. Oh, I don't trust that. Your kids deserve an
Luca looked again
explanation.
to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
Is he gonna sprint? That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time. Yeah, he's gonna sprint.
He
He's
edged
fully gonna
imperceptibly
sprint.
toward the stairs as he
Yeah,
spoke.
he's running. You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
There, that ended up being timed pretty well. Son of a...
Darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
Congratulations on your perfect timing, Delgar. He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know? This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there. And let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered
Oh yeah, that
at each
sounds
other.
like a terrible plan. Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town.
It's cute.
Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Alright.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Sure thing. At least that was a pretty short branch. I don't know that this is going to go better. We might
They'd
try
run
the flight
classic
thing next,
good cop,
but...
hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, 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 Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said... Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. Convincing roll. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could
That's
recall.
really good.
He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran? Gran?
Mr. Tolliver
Damn
was in a
it,
daze,
Rolo!
now more confused than ever.
Maybe. Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He
lord.
shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo
Oops.
swung around with a repentant grimace.
Oh man, the source sounds concerning. Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we'd better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this source thing, Kato can help us find it. I always forget which A sound to use, but I'm pretty sure it's Kato. Let's go get some answers. Oh, thank you for skipping straight there. You gonna give me some more spoilers, Jace? I can't get any Jace spoilers! Shame. This is a dang nice library. You're right back, it is. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little young to be a librarian? To the library, says Naga. Yes. We should go to the library more often. Oh, Kato hung out here so much they eventually gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sort of don't know. What do you got in on the history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
Ooh, Chapter 8.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
That's a hell of a title.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance.
Definitely not tired.
He tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a
It's a
corkboard
teaser?
threaded with photos.
Ah, darn it.
Gran was the only family he had left.
Maybe.
He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life until he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal, and it won't be a boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like...
Beth slammed her finger down on the open page before...
Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that. Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey, hey, hey! We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? In the obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookfield Tribune 20 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford? That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Oh shit. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under, 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Spooky. More goosebumps. As soon as they were like, were you close with your gran? My mind went to, is it even his gran? And there it is, the chapter title. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh shit. All right, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa is gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement.
Well, maybe.
Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held
Oh, I don't like
perfectly
that
still,
musical cue.
tempering his breath and to listen closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Is it bad if I go upstairs first? I don't know why I'm up here. Just in case, you know? Yeah, did not digging the music cue. Very scare. Also, how could she have not noticed that? Nothing in the bushes. But yeah, that's a concern. I'm concerned. I knew he was gonna be gone. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, is Gran gonna wake up? Oh, she's gonna catch me down here now. Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace?
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
I have been there, kid. Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nunn Creed. Okay, now I can think. So, if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Hopefully. Except for the door being left open. Part of me feels like I should go punch the punching bag again, but I already came back up here, so. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, that's scary. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him.
Oh,
With each
this is
consecutive
tough.
step, his legs weakened.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
His stride began to falter.
Oh, the jam.
Hello,
I
darkness,
I
my old friend.
I knew the jam. I knew him eating the jam was a bad idea.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady
No,
himself.
it's not. Is it? It's not poisoned, is it?
Something was wrong.
Is it killing him or putting him to sleep? Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
Oh, baby boy.
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ? Oh no. Yeah, especially being aimed at Mr. Nuncreed. Sweet boy, what did you get yourself into? Oh, she's dragging him. No. Oh god. She just put me in bed. Rest now and let me handle everything. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Chapter 9.
Oh boy.
A speech to end all speeches.
Oh, we get to go to the festival and see the speech, do
Luca
we?
awoke to find himself face down in bed.
Like if you threw him face down. That seems like a bad idea.
He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
Why would Gran drug Mr. Nuncreed is the question, kiddo.
Or rather, why was she
Yeah.
trying to drug Mr.
Okay, there we
Nuncreed?
go.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. Sorry, took a second. Wasn't 100% sure. I unmuted myself again. I need more charms. I need to get at least a charm from today, right? I'm pretty sure that I will. I just gotta keep trying, you know, just in case. And this is just open forever now? I mean, alright. Cool. Anyway. So yeah, maybe don't eat the jam. I feel like I'm probably supposed to just run right out of the house, but I feel the need to like check if Gran's around. We're still gonna call her Gran because we don't have an alternative yet. You know? Oh, okay, I guess that's just been open the whole game and I could have closed it at any point, but whatever, it's fine. Nope, this is a semi-charmed timeline. Oh. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, but cool. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed put me to sleep. Whoa, ho, ho. Sly devil. Okay, well, oh, okay, that was a pun. Okay, well, I apologize for not getting the joke. Also, there we go. That is such a cheeky little dear boy on that charm. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We don't care if Mr. Nuncreed is in danger. He sucks. That's cool. Screw that guy. We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Ahem. Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is without my father, Sharper Valentine, so I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old codger
Gus
deserved.
cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
It was a fruit fly that just, like, dive bombed my face. Anyway. Right. Where was I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Oh, God. Gus Valentine, everyone!
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned
Poor
him
Gus.
off the stage.
Golf clap, yeah. Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Aw, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Yeah, I definitely didn't prepare anything. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his
This guy
vest.
sucks. Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am daggum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life
Mr. Kerr
forever.
took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know
He
what?
wiped away a single tear.
The narrator's acting is great on that. From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Jeez. Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community, and Perennial Harvest is a community first and
Mr. Kerr
foremost.
methodically made eye contact
Corporate.
with each section
Very
of
corporate.
the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
Sorry. We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. Oh boy. Are we all gonna freeze to death again? Yeah, I think so.
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh boy. Here it comes. Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain
Mr. Kerr
calm.
quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Though through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We shall have all planted a lot of good in this town, and so it is with a happy heart that I can
He
proclaim
raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits! Sure does, buddy. Damn.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
Ugh. Still,
For a man
still
like
real
William
spooky.
Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with the entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time.
Yeah, that's a bummer for
The
everybody
end.
else.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
Ooh, she is starting to. Is the narrator Luca's mom? Because just the desperation that just got added into the way that she read that did a thing in my brain. Is the narrator Luca's mom?
Maybe we should just quit. Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that.
Melgar says no. Okay,
Got
fine.
a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
But that was definitely increasing desperation. I'm just going back to see if there are other new ones now. Okay. So this is all just different ways to handle Tolliver so far. Okay, actually, here's the deal. Before we start, until the story ends, she's reading in character. Well, yeah, that I knew. You know what? We'll figure it out. But yeah, before we start like the next big branch, I'm gonna take my break real quick. So I guess I'll leave you with funky music. Yeah, I can click out and leave it with you. You mean until the end? Yeah, no, I knew what you meant. So she's like out of character. Yeah, whatever, we'll see. I just don't have other theories. Anyway, I will be right back. Okay, we're back. I think that timed out reasonably well. I hope you have been enjoying the setup of our like interrogation heisty LA noir similar kind of vibes with the music.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
May have made my nose bleed a little bit, but we should be fine.
Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Ooh, I see. It's up to Beck now.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What's going on here? You're that Modeville girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran.
That was easy.
This was gonna be easy.
We'll see how this goes. You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Spark Plus has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we're both here
Beck
to...
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing, really. The other day, I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a Perennial Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. She said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. Ugh. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
That was easy. Definitely should have let Beck handle things, lots of things from the start. You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Also, I just had a thought. Literally 1 second. I've just been like closing my office door most of the way lately because, you know, trying not to be super uber loud. Because I still haven't finished putting up anywhere near all of my acoustic foam because I'm the worst. But anyway, I had it open this whole time, so I don't actually know how much of a difference it makes, but I tried. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21. N would be 14. D would be... Ooh, it's an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Interesting. But that makes sense, because, you know, he's working with the bad guys. Let's go, kids. Kid squad. Ooh, what's she doing out here? Miss Fratelli? You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Definitely not my fault. Nothing to do with me. Away we go. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this Insipid Town festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as the mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
Fruit fly, man. We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. I agree with you, Nelgar, as in, right? I'm assuming you're referring to Kerr is totally just trying to do a nice thing, right? It's getting late, children. Spicy. What do you have to say? Give us some spicy insight. Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. Humph. I do hate when the villain makes a good point. Yes, very topical, because Eris did, in fact, make a good point. She did. Okay, I'm sorry. It's like in my face. No. Apparently I'm pushing the stick. Okay, but the light is on at the History Museum? Wait, what? I'm sorry, I have to. It's the same thing, isn't it? Oh god, I'm sorry. I don't know how many times we're gonna watch this.
What you may not know is great towns grow from
It's not that long, so like it's kind of fine, but also, oh my god, not again.
The story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pine. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's fertilizer.
And then we killed all of you. Blah blah. A greater tomorrow, better tomorrow, whatever. Greater sounds better anyway.
An accident which which took Shopper away from us far too soon.
Sad
To this day,
son.
we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow.
Also,
we will follow his example and
is
grow
the symbol on that bag? Now I feel like eventually I'm gonna have to watch it again. Yeah, no, okay, that is the Valentine Fertilizer Remembrance Fund. So why is it the same symbol that's on the Perennial Harvest building? That's my question. Ugh, whatever. I probably should explore every little nook and cranny, but I just don't have the patience to do it every time, considering how very infrequently it pays off.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance.
I feel like
to
the game is better
drugstore.
designed than to have you check every nook and cranny 12 times. Solomon,
Holding
okay,
a
sorry,
brown bag
she read that.
overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon! We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I've always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside. Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad. The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Ugh. Tonsils are mad today. Apparently. What? At first that looked like a laundromat.
It smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it! You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did! Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Okay. And the cracked hazmat suit, so it was Mr. Nuncreed. That makes sense. The suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Spooky. So spooky. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't there where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Uh-oh. Oh, that little dip the music just did. I'm onto you. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh god. That's the wrong direction. Rollo, what did you do? Nothing! I didn't even mow yet! Yeah, someone's incoming. Hide! What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Thunk! Shit. 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 Awesome! Rollo. You all need to come with me, now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before...
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist, both hell-bent on helping folks. So, you were his sidekick? No, we were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us, says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand, and he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people, but the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, "Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone."
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this, but you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently, she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosive and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
Spicy. You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. The fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
Is the fountain the source? Yeah, I guess. She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That was really great that he just like jumped and got sucked in backwards. That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Kids, let's go. You good? Yep. I want to leave her behind. I love this town. Okay.
Chapter
Cool.
8. The Cold.
This is a
Hard
very different
Truth.
chapter 8.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth.
Interesting.
Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant,
That
light
picture
blazed into
isn't...
view.
That's not reassuring. That's where my house is supposed to be, and why is it snowy?
A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face
What?
as she was flung out into the cold.
Excuse me, what? Are we in an alternate reality right now? What did it say this tube was again? Thump. That was intense? Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? Rolo's still wondering about his puke. This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Okay, okay, so we can't go up yonder. Interesting. Okay. Like, are we... I don't remember what it said this tube was, but this feels like a weird alternate reality. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time, Nuncreed's getting away. But I want to know! Kick it! Guys, it's very clear what this is, or that it's Beacon Pines anyway. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed things on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. You'll learn what this is in another timeline. Well, fine. But thanks. I appreciate knowing that. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rolo! Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. But the toxic waste... This is so weird. And depressing. And
as they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Just straight up gonna kill us all right here, huh? Also, what the fuck? What is this? Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Morwenbach held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You just don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish.
That is
his
rough.
voice hardened.
That's not
they
true.
Both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now, that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Ooh,
Amid a
interesting.
blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And in the stillness, he began, oh, baby.
And in the stillness,
Baby boy.
he began to weep.
Oh. Baby.
It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't!
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
And killed us all
She
again.
smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing
Before
to...
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
very dramatic to be right there.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever.
So
And
grim.
Hello,
Our story
darkness, my old
ends
friend.
on this melancholy scene.
Once again.
In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well,
Yikes.
that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Seems doable. Wow, yeah, we definitely got farther down the tree on that one. Alright, well, we're running away from the very scary dudes, and what the bully dude, Iggy, I think, is screwed up again. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's the only one that we've got. So, cool, let's go. It is the only option I have left.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Is it gonna work better than trying to hit them?
He looked up
Apparently.
with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr, we'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. And if I think that was a grim ending, ... and... Yeah, the ice endings, like, they're kind of grim, but I believe that they get worse. Like, I don't feel like this timeline is going anywhere very good, but we'll see. Sigh. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels. Wait, what? How far did this rope
Luca
go?
and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice.
Weird.
Chapter 5.
Oh, we're all the way back to chapter 5, yeah.
Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath.
I feel bad for Iggy in this one. I do. So, sorry. I need water. This is a hydration break. You too.
The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving.
Sorry. Sometimes I click a little too fast. I'm not
Luca
trying
pulled
to.
Iggy his
Like, I'm not
feet
trying to rush
as
through it
they
or
gazed
anything.
across
I'm
the
just...
snowy terrain.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, we're back here then. So I guess now we get to find out a bit about this. So, I mean, cool to find out quickly, I guess. Although I don't know how much we'll solve in this one. That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Find a way home. Luca? Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie
Yuck.
back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was just like supposed to happen at the first scene transition or whatever, and I just, you know, went the dumb way. Oh boy. It doesn't, I don't think those are, one of those is grand because, you know, the hair, and also there's two of them. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin, which, okay. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Meh, still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's just get this over with. Do we have time to clear the sign this time? What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Wood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Can I kick it? Okay.
The boys stared in
Throw snow to get rid of the snow.
sign that now
Sure.
clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Spooky. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run. You're cute, buddy.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't gonna save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled, the town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
I feel like staying out here is a good way to die. Let's just rest for a
The
bit.
boys huddled together for warmth and comfort.
Are we gonna freeze to death?
If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
Childhood trauma. It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Kiddo. Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great, but she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh, it must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah, let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Please don't freeze to death. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
I assume he said, I'd like that. Okay. When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. Oh, baby boy. This poor kid.
The house smelled of warm bread.
He's an asshole, but no one deserves that.
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch.
Nightmares.
His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. This is how you remember them, huh? Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true.
Interesting.
He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope.
Interesting.
It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice.
Oh, well, I mean, Sharper didn't get away with it.
Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Big nightmare time. Oh boy.
Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just...
Yeah, nothing. Nothing at all.
Luca
What a
placed
jackass.
the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in.
No, you won't, buddy.
Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise.
And okay, well, liar.
With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Oh.
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
Is that... Who is this?
It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head.
Well, that seems rude.
From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Mouse? Rat? What is she? Get your hands off
Whether it was
me.
the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Keep your hands off me, you damn dirty mouse. Yeah. You big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait! Do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or
Iggy
another.
turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Oh, he, sorry. It's a mouse. Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
But do teach me shit first. Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weep Wood, or we teleported to some alternate universe, or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons, but this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. Interesting. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat, one would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to the miraculous thing we call a brain. It is a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luke, that was supposed to be voiced, I assume, but whatever. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So, you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is uncover,
Nat
or is to
narrowed
uncover.
his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could...
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home...
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy! It's not too late to turn back. Simple. Head west through Weep Wood.
Chapter
Interesting.
6.
Interesting.
The Source.
Interesting.
Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly
Hi.
as he'd arrived.
Hi! What's up? What's up? Hey! How you doing, baby girl? You ripped it out. Damn you all to hell. Yeah. Okay. That's all we're getting? Or what? Myrrh. Typo, that's supposed to be simply. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, can I put this down, baby cakes? Baby! Why do you keep rushing through the frame? What's up with that? Your bum's dirty. Don't show the world. Or clean it. That's also an option, you know. Well, had hoped you'd continue. You'll see. Continue what? Oh, sorry. No, we're not done stream or anything. I'm just switched. Oh yeah, like I'm gonna continue. We just switched to cat mode. Briefly, at least. Yeah. What are you doing? 2 Lily sightings. I think we're definitely in the it's cold outside, so Lily wants to be in the warm computer room time of year. Yeah, you know, it's just the timing that's off. Okay, fair enough. Oh, shit. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, we can see Lily. I guess I can extend it if you want, but it's kind of weird with the thing. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Anyway.
He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow,
I wanted
the
more.
events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr.
Oh,
Kerr
right, I forgot
tried
about
to cover
that.
it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy.
She's just like slightly grumpily accepting face rubs. Oh, and then she did a bonk. She went a bonk? Anyway, well, Lily did say it'll be a cold day in Pecan Pines before I come onto stream willingly, and well, here we are. Yeah, that tracks.
It all seemed to point to perennial harvest.
Sure does.
But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks.
Yeah, so is this
The
where his
tree
father
was
is
gone,
really buried?
uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth.
Weird.
He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow.
Oh yeah, I
His
like
numb hands
missed.
hit something hard. A
Okay.
headstone.
You ripped it out. Damn you all to hell. Yeah. Oh no.
A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you, but you've been here, alone, in the snow. Come back here. What are you doing? Yeah. Hi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Your bum's gross. Clean your bum. Why are you like this? Come here. Okay. Okay. Well, background cat it is. I don't know. I guess she gets grumpy that she's not getting more attention back there, but but she's all the way over there. I don't know what she wants. Anyway, poor kid. Dad, I'm so sorry. They've ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Dislike. We gotta hide. $259K. Fall off distance, still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved it to a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Is it though? Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on, it's almost lunchtime. Haha, weirdo. Oh boy. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves. Enter gratuitous villainy. Yeah.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
Oh, baby boy. I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. I'm not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy
advice.
gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled it off the switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source?
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Or yes, how you pronounced it. You couldn't remember the word and had to improvise. Honestly, I read it as if you had spelled gratuitous correctly, so it worked. Oh, she's so grumpy. She just wants some attention. She a baby. Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Well, at least we know where it is. I guess it would have been kind of interesting to have done this bit first. I'm not at all mad that I didn't. Like, it makes sense that we did the other one first, but yeah. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Yeah, same, kids. Well, do I? Aw, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Yeah. Screw that guy. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously.
Isn't the ground a little too
Emerged,
frozen
holding
for
a
that?
shoebox
But
with
alright.
a crude skull painted on its lid.
Interesting. What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids, the good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled
No,
a chuckle.
you didn't. Yep. Just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I'd prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Jesus, Iggy. Oh, okay. Okay. Goodbye, maybe? We'll see. Oh, face rubs. Oh, baby girl. She's sulking again. Lily, I don't know if she's actually sulky all the time or if that's just her face, because it's hard to tell. Anyway, sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back for him later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found him and tossed him.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. What are you doing, baby girl? Aside from getting cat hair on my face. You gonna go sit in the shelf? Okay. Yeah, Lily's gonna go sit in the shelf. Unbelievable. Indeed. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast off, loser. Chekhov's fireworks. Yeah. Well, you know. There's no trash, though. Trash free. Can I, like, do shit? Okay, I was like, can I go places? Looks like no. Oh. Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place. Ah. Worth checking! I checked, and it was worth it. I wonder where that's gonna come into play.
Luca and Iggy inched up to
I feel
the
like
edge
that
of
might
the
be a
hole
fishing
with
one, too.
bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Okay, bye! Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, good. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr! Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. I missed something, but don't worry, you missed it too. Oh no, how do I face it? Durance, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It's really something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined, It's an optional thing. Well, yeah, but I wanna do it.
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens, no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you are destined to be a creepy lackey. Quote-unquote role, yeah. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. You gotta say perfect voice for Kerr. I'm trying. I feel like I'm trying a little bit with all of them, but I'm not committing super hard to most voices because I don't want to like mix them all up. But this one's easy to decide what it should be at least. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. Should have had more excitement for that one, but there, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Hee. Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know I'm an exceptional liar. Bop, that's
Iggy
far
plucked
enough.
a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool! Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
Would it be better if we blow it up just a little bit? With a little rocket instead of like a whole bunch of explosives? It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Or are we just responsible for the big freeze this time? Ooh! Look at his face. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh boy.
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child! What have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How, what channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Kerr, sorry. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
I don't know what that's supposed to be. So, I'll just let him. Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go! No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no!
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. Makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Definitely good point to note the music, Nugger. It's very good. Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to... Oh no! I feel like if I pick refuse, then we're gonna get the short ending and then we can come back. Right? Right? Cause like, I want to do this story-wise, but I think that that's probably has a longer path answer, so I'm just gonna do things in the order that the game subtly suggests it
his grip
and trust the game.
Reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket.
The images are a tad counterintuitive here. Yeah, a bit.
A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger.
Except as retracting your hands refuses using your hands. I mean... Oh, yeah, I guess I see what you mean.
It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face.
I'm sorry,
The
Iggy.
end.
Okay, yeah, I figured we could just see where that went pretty quickly.
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Yep. Alright. That's kind of what I expected, but you know, I'm just, we did pick up a couple other things, so I'm just curious. Okay. Humming fits in there. Interesting. But yes, obviously we will. I mean, in this case, like, I see what you're saying, and that this is, like, retracted, this is put forward, but it is also kind of like, yeet! With literally open hands.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good. Oh, Iggy. You didn't deserve that, even if you were an asshole.
The two silhouettes.
You like that
formed by
interpretation?
darkness.
I'm glad. I mean, alright. Alright. That's the grimmest fucking fireworks show I've ever seen. Jesus. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Poor Iggy indeed. Again, was an asshole. Still didn't deserve that. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Okay, a smaller explosion did produce a smaller response. Why itch? Why their itch? Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all of this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world. No pressure.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
What did the purple
I was even
light up
starting to
bits
like
mean?
Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Okay, interesting. But I guess the key now is that we know that a smaller amount of energy can do the thing without causing the thing. Hum! Hum hum! Quite literally.
And in the stillness, he began to hum.
Do you check the image of that decision, though? What? Hum? With him just being like, happy, happy?
After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody.
No, refuse and accept. Okay. I will have to go back in a second.
It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
It was only visible now. Anyway, dun dun dun. Well, just the first dun so far.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Very pretty. And sad. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing something or not. I don't want to, like, make it stop early. Oh, we've got our second done.
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Oh my god, this is my mom, not my gran? What? What? The only people who call me that are my dad and... Sorry, I didn't read the buckaroo out loud. Your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
Is she from a different timeline? Or, oh, the goop got her? Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were... The goop got her. Yeah, that makes sense. Gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help both of us move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until Perennial Harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want, and they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then, what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop Perennial Harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. Really didn't even try to resist there, Nuncreed. You don't understand. He always wins. Oh no.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago.
Interesting.
Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under Perennial Harvest.
Interesting.
She stopped in front of a
Very
large steel
interesting.
door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now.
Also, oh, deep
She
engineering.
raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door bust open with
And
mechanical
she didn't
efficiency.
have a hazmat suit on.
She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen.
Liquamen.
There were
Okay.
dozens of
We'll
them.
try and remember that
Every one
pronunciation.
stamped failed.
Interesting.
Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching.
Uh-oh.
She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod.
Oh no.
Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
No! Why would you do this to yourself? Well, that was a bad idea. And that is what change is all about. Well, we hustled over. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. We've done this before, but yeah. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and Perennial Harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated, Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Oh, well, that's... Now you're just sounding like crazy old lady because you don't have any proof. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true, and now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. Uh-oh. Nuncreed grew a spine? You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. So, if they've got old goop, or goop that makes you old, so this is Sharper, isn't it? Sharper's the baby. That's why he likes black licorice and has a weird arrangement with Mr. Nuncreed. Well then! Anyway, that's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
I'm not sick, I swear. Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party, but alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir? It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon. I don't know if I pronounced that right,
Kerr
but that's
gave
okay.
a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Well, that is a twist I didn't see coming. In retrospect, it was set up, but you got me. Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents.
He's been able to do this the whole time?
A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's
He's been
lips.
able to do this the whole time? Or is this what they have been working on? You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Fun.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No! Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Alright. Ha! Wonderful!
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard! Malice, oh boy. I'm glad you're back, so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr?
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Poor Jeff. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You've clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give, the opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Yeah, poor Gus. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting my time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense, the people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Melia, you quoted this before, but you all have a choice. Remember that. Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Ugh. Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Pridey, welcome on in. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. I shall do that. Much appreciated. That name ring a bell? It does. Is that it's on a book. Oh, yeah, it's from the book from the library, the guy who wrote about how great he is, but he wrote it. Yeah. Yes. Hydrate is good for all that voice acting I'm doing. Yeah, apparently. Yep. This game brought it out, apparently, which, I mean, I'm having fun, so it's great. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was Pat C the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha! The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends have made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now, time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but well worth it. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
That was like growlier than I expected it to be, but it kind of worked. Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so,
Getting
Sharper
spicy.
set about remaking the town in his own image.
Oh, this is an end condition.
The
I mean, I guess that
fertilizer
makes sense.
factory
Okay.
soon reopened for business.
Damn.
Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties.
Oh boy.
Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Well, so we're just so the source just gonna freeze the world eventually. So so this is starting to feel very on the nose recapitalism and climate change. This is the grimmest ending, capitalism invictus. Yeah. So yeah. But I don't mind something that's a little on the nose when it's a good point and they've got you there in a good organic way.
The end. This is wrong, but
Snowpiercer.
things are becoming clearer now.
That's fucked.
You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing.
He might.
Let's see.
Okay. What do we got? Malice instead of shame. Should have used the original capitalismus. Yes. So this is when Luca threw me in the phone booth to a scary end that other time. So oh right, yeah, there's shame lurking behind Nuncreed's eyes, but now instead of being ashamed, he's malicious.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes.
Slow me? What do you mean?
Like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but
So
something
this is
was
after we
telling
told
Luca
him the
to
truth,
get
I
out of
guess.
there.
Not the malice in his eyes? I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the
Luca
treehouse.
twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Actually, maybe... Have I not told him everything yet in this branch? Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Okay, I guess I haven't. Anything at all. Fishy, fishy, suspicious. Bye, run away. Is there anything in here? You got anything? Got anything for me? I don't remember what I did on this version of this day. I think this is, yeah, this should be the last branch we explore for the day, I think. Scary. Scary. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice, Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up, but my problems always seem to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. The shame choice led to an ending. No, I know that. I just didn't remember if I had told him about the secrets before or after the shame prompt. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm just snooping. Anyway. Don't mind me. Just smacking the watermelon. Nope. Okay. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Also, who's this other dog? Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The king scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Check the museum. Why are you making... What? Why? Are you just laughing at me because we've watched this stupid video so many times? I feel like that's what you're doing. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modwell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, well, I guess now we know why the Perennial Harvest logo is the same as the Valentine logo. Or the Valentine Preservation or whatever. No, don't. Yeah, alright. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Spoop. Spoop-de-doop. What you got for me, Jeff? Whoa! Fucking fruit fly! It just hit my nose. You can get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junkin', sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junkin'? I might as well ask the same thing of you. Find anything good? Bah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I'd better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Am I ever gonna get anything for standing and looking cool? Probably not. Anyway. Hey Jetson, have you seen Rolo come by this way? Yeah. Now I've gotten a few more charms. I gotta check. I feel like we're close. I told you Crooked was gonna be one.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer.
I don't know if this is gonna be the last thing or not, but... What is? Picture? It's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Huh. Look at those two young fools. How did it end up at the bottom of the pond? Who can say? Some things are just hard to explain. I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore? He's busy with his new job at Valentine's. What's the new job got to do with him fishing with us? It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain. Oh, okay. I got an achievement for catching all the fishing items. Okay, cool. I did it. Also, yeah, I guess I see. Is there something else to do there now that I've got all of them? Because that would be great, but like, check the choices menu. Oh, right. Sorry, not that one. Right. Oh, yeah, I hadn't actually seen that yet. That's very good. It's a whole thing. Oh, look, it's so sad. It's good art. It's very good art. Fire and ice, very cool. Beginner's Guide to Hostile Interrogation. Weather, Warehouse of Horrors. Rendezvous with Roxy, hazardous hectoring. fun. I do like that. So, I'm sorry that it took me forever to remember to do that, but yes. Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Sigh. Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag.
Also done.
He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Wait at the treehouse in case Rollo shows up. And have a nap. Or just
Once
sleep.
again,
Oh good,
Luca
nightmare
found
time.
himself in a vast black
Oh boy.
expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting.
Alright, we have technically seen
Soon
the cold
enough, the
fire
fire
in the
began
town
to
with the
die
thing
out,
before. I kind of
popping
forgot about that
sporadically.
nightmare.
Until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?"
Good question.
A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward.
Oh good.
"That's
Him again.
up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca
Oh.
turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone." Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo."
I mean, I guess that
Luca
one
was
wasn't
startled
actually
from his dream
nightmarish
by
in
a
the same
bang
way.
on the floor.
Nalgar, so as we approach the 4-hour mark, you might wonder how much longer this game is going to take. Yeah, I have some concerns.
A commanding voice rumbled from below.
Starting to think I should have made a slightly shorter stream today, but...
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5.
We could stop at this chapter mark, so... it's a bit longer, but you can finish it in an hour. And... Hang on. And done. Oh, okay, I see. I guess we could finish it out. I am gonna have to take a refill water and bathroom break if we're going for another hour though. Okay, here's the question though. Am I gonna just finish it in an hour, or is there a bunch of things that like is that like the straight speed run? Because if an hour is me like rushing through, then I don't want to do that. So, I don't know. But yeah, we clearly don't have a whole other stream left in this game, so welp. No, hour is regular going through. All right. Cool. In that case, I will be right back. Okay, so I was actually just sitting here typing or like checking shit while you wrote that, Nelgar. So okay, well, we were going to plan to wrap it up, and so I apologize that I just made you wait to say goodbye. But yeah, if Nelgar is correct and that this is the last bit is like 2 hours, and then credits and then talking, then yeah, maybe we just do that tomorrow. And by the way, your play was without reading. Yeah, like it definitely takes me longer to read things out loud than it would just to read them in my head. So that's fair too. Plus there are breaks and cats and I talk a lot, so you know it works out. yeah. So this feels a little abrupt now, and I am sorry for ending out the stream with a break. That's weird, and also kind of in the middle of a chapter. Well, not in the middle of a chapter, in the middle of a branch. We literally just finished a chapter, so we'll still jump in straight into a chapter tomorrow, so that's fine. But yeah, it looks like we will be wrapping this up tomorrow. Not if you wouldn't want to miss the cats and the talking. Yeah, so we could probably stretch it to at least 3 hours tomorrow. We'll figure it out. And I mean, if you guys keep me around, I can always talk for an hour straight. It works. It's fine. So we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for being here. I had an excellent time, and I hope you did too. And yeah, we will pick things up right here tomorrow. Bye. I'm actually gonna... Bye.